That should have been a fucking brutality! Fuck! I gotta finish everybody with the brutality. I have to kill every one of these guys with a brutality. It's fucking bullshit, man. I don't know why I can't do a fucking brutality. It's stupid. Absolutely retarded. done too because of the distance promotions. Yeah, I know, but hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me, bro? Yo, can you hear me, bro? Hello. Hey, plug your mic up, bro. I need to ask you something. Damn it.
Round one, fight.
Oh shit. Shit. Alright. All the way from there. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy how that works. Get you some fucking 1,000 all the way over there, bro. Block or not, that's crazy. I gotta.
Round two, fight. Final round, fight.
God damn. Well, there's that. Oh. Now looks like you beat me. I played like ass.
Round one, fight.
Fuck, man. Every fucking time. Get that in the fucking corner, bro. If you beat me, you gotta give me a rematch. Wow.
Keep missing my fucking buttons, bro. I'm dead. You gotta give me a redo. Hell, hit me. Knock me down so we can do this again. Okay, we gotta drag it out. Great. I'm trying to learn tsung. I know I can beat you with him. If it wasn't for these stupid fatal blows. I hate fatal blows. It's such a stupid waste of time. No. Freaking. You'll give me a rematch? No, I knew you wouldn't. I knew you wouldn't. Because you know I could beat you.
Online Combat League, ranked set.
A bitch. People are bitches, man. Straight up. 99% of people are bitches. I might meet a couple cool people on here. Motherfuckers can't even afford a mic. They just sit at their mama's house, jack their dick, and play games. Don't work or nothing. Their mama bought their PlayStation. Won't buy a mic for nothing. Trying to play Warzone without it. Playing Warzone without a mic. Fucking running off by themselves. That's the kind of guy he is. Won't give me no get backs. He's got him up. What up, what up, what up? What's up, bro? You having a good day? Shit.
Tsung.
I'm practicing tsung. What's up, bro? You there?
Scorpion.
No?
Sea of blood.
Alrighty.
Round one, fight.
Oh, I hate fucking Scorpion. It's fucking hard to beat. Oh, that damn spine. Oh, shit. Damn it.
Round two, fight.
Right. Damn it, dude. Can't get any of my buttons to work. Fuck, man. Fuck, why am I... Oh, here we go again. Huh. Great. I barely got that. Oh, you're beating my ass. We're both 56s. I didn't realize that. You think we're alone in the galaxy? I don't. I think God's up there with a ton of angels. Ton. We're talking trillions. Trillions of angels. I know you got a mic, bro. Why aren't you saying anything?
Round one, fight.
Oh, fuck, man. What the fuck, man? Literally help him block. I don't get it. Guess my block ain't working. What the fuck? Fuck, man. Get away from me. Woo! Shit, barely. Damn, bro. That was good.
Round two, fight.
Here we go. Hard. Damn, how'd I miss the apricot? Woo, shit. Uno más. Para tú. Sí, güey. Mi número uno. Mi número uno. Mi es Barboso.
I'm learning with this. Come.
You
come,
do?
I'll
You
play with my main character.
okay? Where are you from? Where are you from?
Believe.
Really? My girlfriend lives in Peru, but she came here from Miami.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Cool. Yeah, you're good. You're good, man.
No, with this one I can't do it. It's hard.
Who do you play with?
Huh?
Who do you play with?
The Joker.
What?
Joker.
Huh. This is gonna be good. Joker de loco.
Sea of blood.
We're both 56.
Round one, fight.
Damn. Yeah. I ain't getting one hit. Damn. I can't play with Joker. I shouldn't have picked Joker.
Round two, fight.
I can't get my finger joke.
Final
too slow
round.
right now.
Fight.
I can't get my fingers to work. Man. Man. Nothing's working, man.
Finish him.
I can't get my shit to work. Fucking controller. I gotta switch controllers. Hold on.
The Joker wins.
It's hard.
Can't do any combination.
I can. Me too. I don't know what's wrong with me. My fingers ain't working. Let's see. Who can I get?
Shao Kahn.
Oh shit. Seems like we played before.
Shang Tsung.
I don't have Shao Kahn, but I want to buy him. You like Shao Kahn?
Shinnok's Bone Temple.
Okay.
Round one. Fight.
Damn. Big guy.
Round two. Fight.
Shit. I don't want to get up there. Uh-oh, I'm fucked now. I know it. No. Man. Shit. Man. Oh shit. Little more.
Finish him.
Woo, shit. Barely, bro. Alright.
This is too slow, that's why.
I'll do a random select. I'm gonna do a random select. I like playing with everybody, but do you play with everybody? Me gusta todas las personas.
I'm gonna pick one more.
Who you gonna pick?
Noob Cyber.
Oh, no, save up. Shit. That's pretty good. Shit. I don't know how I wanna be. I guess I better try him.
Shang Tsung. Black Market Alley.
You like Shang Tsung? You like to play with Shang? Have you tried Shang Tsung? Amigo, have you tried Shang Tsung?
Fight.
He's good. Oh man, I'm in the air. I can never do that. Fuck, man. Oh no. Fuck, man. Damn, man, I can't get nothing. Every time you get, I get in the corner. I don't even know how to get out of the corner. I don't even know the buttons to press.
Round 2. Fight.
See, I'm it's over with. I'm in the corner. I can't get out. It's over with. I can't get any. I can't do anything. See, you can get out, but I can't. What the fuck's up with that, bro? Yeah, you can. You can beat my ass. I couldn't even get out. I'm done. Alright. Fuck, man. Good bullshit. Huh. Oh! Oh! Fucker. Hey, how come...
Noob Saibot wins.
I can do
I need-
a combo, I don't know why.
I need a, how come I can't do brutality? Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
You have to use you have to go and play the how you call that, and
Not get beat.
and you have to go on and search for treasure and stuff like that. I think it's the crypt or something like that. You have to go and play.
Cabal.
I don't play a lot Mortal Kombat. I play more FIFA than this.
I play Warzone.
Yeah, Warzone too. I play Warzone.
Yeah, me too. Hey, friend request me after this. We can play on teams.
On Warzone and this.
Yeah, will you hey after I can't even do nothing. Nothing works. I can't. See? Nothing's working. Nothing works. I fucking hate her, man.
I like this one because he's fast with the punch.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. I can't do anything. I only got a combo. Damn it. Had blocked him. I don't know what. Shit, man. Ah. Going again, bro. I had you, and then look. Ah. Woo, shit. I suck, bro. We should play, yeah, friend request so we can play Warzone, bro. You got a mic. Oh, man. Yeah. What the fuck? Shit, man. What the fuck, bro? I can't even roll out of it. It's bullshit. I can't roll out. I can't do anything. That's bullshit. Oh shit, barely, bro. Fucking shit.
I'm trying to do something, but
Hey, friend request me. Okay? Right now. Yeah. You want me to play with her again? Or
play with Tama.
Sonya? Hold on, I want friend.
Play with the same one you're using right now.
Hey, I'm sending you a friend request just now. I'm on stream. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. Okay? Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a YouTube channel. Here, I'll send it to you. Hey, you have YouTube, right? Oh yeah, I know you do.
What's your YouTube channel?
It's this right here. I sent it to you. Venomous Poison.
What was that?
Venomous Poison. Type in Venomous Poison. I'm live right now. Type it in Venomous Poison. Venomous Poison. On your cell phone, and you'll see the skull with the flames. And Venomous Poison. Yeah, just type that in YouTube, and you'll see live.
Minions or minimum?
No, I sent you a message. Look at the message. I sent you a message on.
Oh, okay.
You'll see it. Venomous Poison.
Oh, Venom.
I got 111 subscribers. It's free, you know. Hey, make sure you subscribe to me, dude, so we can play together. So we're playing right now. It's showing you. You can watch you can watch your gameplay later on. Show people. Kicking my ass. There you go. You said same people?
Yeah, I did.
I don't like these people.
Round one.
Yeah, I did.
Fight.
Damn, I can't do anything. Nothing. I can't. I can't do anything, dude. Nothing. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I don't like her, man. I'm gonna have to get somebody better. I can't do
Round
anything.
two. Fight.
Shit, man. Damn it. Here we go. See, I can't even... That's crazy, man. Woo, barely. I like his skin. It looks cool.
Fight.
Man, damn it. Shit, I don't know what to do. What? That was bullshit, bro. Finally got my combo in. Damn it, man. I'm dead. Couldn't do anything. I just give up at the end because I couldn't get out. Hey, you can't do that. Oh, thank you, man. Hey, seriously, you beat me. You beat me, but thank you, bro. Let's see. Down quarterback triangle. Thank you, man. What's your name? What is your ¿Tú hablas español? ¿Cómo se llama?
Sonya Blade wins.
Jason.
Jason?
Yeah.
Okay. Bien. Mi llama es Eric.
Let's go.
Eddie. Eric.
Ed.
Eric.
Oh, Eddie.
Yeah, Eric. People call me Eddie. Eddie from Espanol. Okay, you want to do random select?
Jax.
Jax?
No,
Oh
I'm gonna
shit.
use this.
Fujin.
I use fusion. I use fusion. Jax is good. It's hard to beat. He's fast.
I'm gonna play with that one.
Uh-oh. Shit. ¿Cuántos años? 30, 30. Nuevo, 30.
Fight.
That's a good move, isn't it?
Round 2, fight.
Oh shit. Oh, man, I can't get away ever. I can't fucking get away. I want to roll out, but it don't work. I can't roll out. Oh shit, he got me. Son of a bitch. You got me, bitch. You got me. Oh man, barely. Mother sucker! You mother sucker! Huh.
Final round, fight.
Damn it. Damn, I'm getting my ass kicked. Fuck! Fuck, man. I can't do anything, man. I can't do nothing. Damn it. I hope block. Like that, I was hoping block, man. Uh-oh. Oh, man. No. What? Yay! Barely, bro. Oh, man. What? What? Thank you. Damn, that's good.
Like, it's hard though.
Yeah, it's real hard.
I'm gonna do a true brutality with one card.
I like his fatality, don't you? That's cool. I've never done his brutality. Is it cool? What's your favorite brutality?
Right now I'm gonna do a true.
True. What's that mean? Hey, let's back out and let's go to practice, man. You want to?
Cabal.
You want to go? You want to? Well, we'll just do it like this. Cabal. If you're going to get Cabal, then I'm going to get Shang Tsung, because he's mine. Shit.
Shang Tsung.
Double dose. Double dose.
Got it.
Sorry.
Tournament. Round one. Fight.
How do you do that? I can't ever. I can't get away, dude. Okay, now. Damn, I can't get away, bro. I can't do anything. It's buttons. See? It's crazy. What the hell is that? Yeah. Oh no! Mother sucker! You beat me, man. Damn. I hate the fatal blow. I hate fatal blow. No good. Oh, I thought I had another chance.
Round two. Fight.
What? That was fucking... What the fuck, bro? I can't roll away either. I can't roll. I can't do anything. What the fuck? Okay, I'll take it. Oh, he got me. Double. Whew, shit, barely. Me and you, a good, real good contest.
Fight.
How the hell did you go through that? That's crazy. Of course. And I'm stuck in a corner. Doing nothing. And I can't even get out, no matter what I try to do. See? Nothing. Can't do anything. Can't do anything. Yep.
Finish him.
Fuck, man.
Fuck, I can't do armor.
Bum bum. Oh man. Oh, that's bad. I haven't seen that. Man, I can't, dude. I need to learn how to get out of the corners and stuff. I can't. I press the buttons to get out of the corner. It don't work, man. How come?
No, because I'm doing like constant pressing the action.
Yeah, but why
I'm
can't?
gonna try to do it, but the brutality is better.
Okay, I wanna see it.
Round 1. Fight.
Block everything. I can't block anything. What? See, it didn't work. I literally. I think I need a new controller. See, it didn't do it again. What? Fuck, man. This is fucking crazy. See? When you start doing this, I can't do anything. Oh, now it works. Oh, motherfucker! Every fucking time, man. That's half my life. Watch, you'll kill me. You'll kill me. Yep. Yep. Shit. Shouldn't have pressed.
Fight.
Oh, come on. You really gonna do that? Come on, man. Yeah, how do you get out of that? Okay, now I want to do it. I'm dead. I'm dead. Woo! Shit! Barely. Barely.
Final round. Fight.
Man, down. See? What the fuck? Alright, that's over. I'm stuck. I give up. I can't do anything. It's not fair. I can't. Man. Stupid corner, dude. That's cool, dude. What? It scared me to death. Scared me. Scared me to death. Alright, man.
Okay,
Well,
I have to go. I have to go buy food.
Alright, buddy. Hey, make sure you play sometime. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
See you, buddy.
We can play later.
Yeah. See you, buddy. Thank you.
Alright.
See you, man.
Online. Combat League. Rank set.
It's not winning, man.
Cat Combat League. Rank set.
You didn't fucking subscribe, man. Damn. Yeah, you did. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. We're gonna get some wins. I guess I'm gonna keep playing with Shang Tsung. I'm decent win. First, we're gonna turn some lights on. What if we can do this? Nope. Oh shit. Damn, he's got a 72% chance of beating me. He's gonna beat my ass. Dang it. You got a mic, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, bro? You're probably gonna beat my ass. Nothing, man. Just playing
I
around.
play with one hand. I play with one hand, Papa John.
Shang
What?
Tsung.
I play with one hand, bro.
Why? What's wrong? Well, that.
I got disabilities.
Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome. You can play with one arm, though. I know a guy that plays with his mouth. I know a guy that plays with his mouth.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he plays with his mouth, bro. He usually has one hand too.
I might surprise you.
I bet you will. My friend only has one arm too, and he plays with his mouth. So that he's pretty good, dude.
Round one. Fight.
Hell yeah. Good, good. What? Yeah, you surprised me. What? Shit. Oh, shit, you're... Damn! Keep missing it. Oh, man. Oh, shit. No. Damn, bro. Beast mode. God darn, dude. You hit me 12 times.
Two. Fight.
Wow. Yeah, okay. Damn! He was whooping on me. I'm struggling. Oh man. Holy shit. Hey, come on now. Oh, get out of there, get out of there. Man. Ah! I'm getting beat bad. Yeah. Ah! Good GG's. Good game, bro. Hopefully I'll get this next one. Damn, bro. How do you play with one arm like that, man? How do you play with one hand?
I just sit down and set the controller on my leg
You use your-
and move around the buttons.
You just use your toe, or like how do you
No, I use just one hand.
I don't see how you do it though. You just use. I don't understand.
I've had practice for years.
Okay. So you use one hand to do everything?
Yeah.
How?
I really just use the one hand.
Oh, but you laid the controller. You laid the controller down?
Round one.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I understand. Oh man. Brutality. Brutal. Oh man, damn. There goes that. Damn, man. Really. That's close. Kicking my ass. Hey, man. Hey, I'm streaming on YouTube. Hey, will you follow me on YouTube?
Round
I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Okay. Are you on PlayStation? I'm playing right now. Alright, well, I'll send you a message as soon as it's over.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm live right now. I only got 3 people watching though. But still. I have 600 watch hours. Oh man. What the heck? I can't get out of it. I can't get out. I'm trying everything. Here we go again. Here we go again. No! Woo! Yeah, it was so close, bro. What? How'd I lose that? Oh, man. Here I go. You pushed so hard, bro. Oh, he's in there. I want to get you. Oh, man, barely. All right, here we go. Oh, no, did that. Oh, man. I play all the time though, bro. You did really good. You beat me that one time, didn't you? Yeah, you beat me the first time. I can't believe. Hey, my son's calling me right now. Okay? Give me a second, bro.
Shang Tsung wins. Shang Tsung. Shang Tsung. Goro's lair. Round one, fight. Round two, fight. Finish him. Shang Tsung wins. Noob Saibot. Shang Tsung. Kotal's Coliseum. Round one, fight. Sub-Zero. Johnny Cage. Kotal's Coliseum. Round one, fight. Round two, fight. Mercy. Finish him. Brutality. Sub-Zero wins.
Time.
Online. Combat League. Ranked set. Fight. Cut. Learn. Custom character. Customer. Practice. Learn. Cut. Fight. Local. Fight. Kong. Story. Time. Crypt.
Oh, come on. Damn it, man. Thanks. The fuck? So that's what those are. I don't know what the fuck this is.
I want some games so bad. Go to the store and get it. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go to the store and get it. You got a store, Rocky? Hey, Rocky. You got a store with me? Huh? You got a store? Rocky. Rocky, you wanna go to the store? Rocky. Rocky. You got a store with me? Got a store? Huh? Yeah? Everywhere. This guy's out. It's Cassie K skin. Damn. Let me just grab it. Or the blaze. Whatever the fuck that is. Oh shit. Watch out. Fuck, man. Burn me up. Cool. Damn. living a, I don't know. I collect pretty like music. Who do I collectors? All collectors. Pretty cash collection. Collector James, Collector Mystic Bacon. shit. Rocky, get it. This one. Yeah, good. Come on. Get it. Rocky, get it. Ice. Roll. Get it. Good. 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 Come on. Hey! Pick it up. Look at that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get everywhere. What's going on here? Stay. Up, stay. No. 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 Rocky. 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 Come here, Rocky. Rocky. Come on, boy, get it. Come here. Sit up. Yeah, come here. Rocky. Come here, boy. Okay. Shit, you fucking kidding me? What? What, Rocky? No? Huh? What are you doing? I'm going to eat it. Take a shower? Shower. 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 Damn it! Rocky. I love you. 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 I love you.
The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Dog tested. The Ukrainian army struck $1 million blow to Vladimir Putin. An ammunition convoy on its way to Russian troops in Ukrainian territory was ambushed by the Ukrainian army. Tons of Russian ammunition destroyed by Ukrainian soldiers. As the world waits for the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine, which has been going on for more than a year, the intensity of the war has increased. The Ukrainian army has stepped up its operations against Russian forces with military equipment obtained from the United States and its Western allies. A Russian ammunition convoy sent on Vladimir Putin's orders was ambushed and intercepted by Ukrainian forces. The Ukrainian army, which blew up Russian armored vehicles, dealt the biggest blow to the Russian army so far. Thanks to the long-range HIMARS missiles that Ukraine obtained from its ally, the United States, the invading Russian forces are no longer tolerated. Many Russian headquarters and ammunition depots set up by the Russian army on Ukrainian territory were destroyed by the Ukrainian army. Since the beginning of the war, 12 Russian military headquarters have been destroyed, and 34 Russian ammunition depots have been blown up. Some ammunition depots have been captured by Ukrainian soldiers, and Russian ammunition has been included in the Ukrainian army inventory. With the U.S. deployment of Patriot air defense systems for Ukraine, most of the Ukrainian airspace is now under the control of the Ukrainian military. Pentagon officials announced that they will send long-range precision-guided ground-launched missiles for Ukrainian troops fighting on the Bakhmut front, where the war is intense. Realizing that the Russian troops in Bakhmut will be in great danger once the Ukrainian army starts using these missiles, Russia's chief of staff Valery Gerasimov took action to quickly capture the city of Bakhmut. Gerasimov, who wanted to send Wagner soldiers who managed to capture the city of Soledar in the past months to the Bakhmut front, held a meeting with Wagner company founder Yevgeny Prigozhin. However, as it is known, there was a great tension between Yevgeny Prigozhin and Valery Gerasimov. Gerasimov stated that it was the Russian army that captured the city of Soledar, not the Wagner soldiers. Prigozhin then accused Valery Gerasimov of treason, but now Gerasimov is asking Prigozhin to send the Wagner soldiers from Soledar to Bakhmut front. Prigozhin nonetheless accepted this offer and began to move Wagner troops to the Bakhmut front. Wagner troops were being sent to the Bakhmut area, but the Russian headquarters in Bakhmut did not have enough ammunition for everyone. So Gerasimov decided to organize a shipment of ammunition for the Russian troops on the Bakhmut front. However, this ammunition convoy was destroyed by Ukrainian forces before it even entered the city of Bakhmut. By order of the Russian chief of staff Valery Gerasimov, Russian ammunition from the Zaporizhia region was ordered to be shipped to the Bakhmut front. Soldiers at the Russian headquarters in Zaporizhia began preparations to load ammunition from warehouses onto trucks and sent them to the Bakhmut front. However, most of the ammunition was to be shipped from the Zaporizhia nuclear facility, which the Russian army had turned into an ammunition depot. Ukrainian engineers at the Zaporizhia nuclear facility told among Russian soldiers that the ammunition would be transported to the Bakhmut front. The engineers then contacted the Ukrainian authorities and informed them that ammunition would soon be shipped from Zaporizhia to Bakhmut. In response, the Ukrainian army mobilized unmanned fighter jets and organized reconnaissance flights over the route of the Russian ammunition convoy. Realizing that the Russian ammunition convoy would have to pass through the city of Komar to reach Bakhmut, the Ukrainian army moved towards Komar with a large contingent. Ukrainian soldiers planted many mines through which the Russian convoy would pass, and started hiding in abandoned buildings and forested areas after placing the mines. After hours of waiting, 12 Russian trucks reached the city of Komar. Ukrainian soldiers waited for the convoy to enter the mined area. As the ammunition convoy entered the mined area, the truck in the front row of the convoy blew up. Immediately afterwards, Ukrainian soldiers attacked the Russian ammunition convoy with portable anti-tank missiles from the buildings where they were hiding. As the missiles hit, 2 more Russian trucks were blown up. Surprised, the Russian soldiers abandoned their vehicles and took a defense position. Russian soldiers who were in charge of protecting the convoy first thought that the Ukrainian army had carried out an airstrike. However, when Ukrainian soldiers hiding in the woods showed themselves and started firing at Russian soldiers, they realized that it was an ambush. Ukrainian soldiers went on the offensive and trapped the Russian soldiers who were trying to hide behind armored vehicles. Surrounded Russian soldiers surrendered after hours of clashes, laying down their weapons. After 4 Russian soldiers surrendered by raising their hands, other Russian soldiers had to surrender to the Ukrainian army. With this operation, the plan of the Russian army in Bakhmut city was prevented. The Ukrainian army, which prevented Russian ammunition from being sent to the city of Bakhmut, has also left the Wagner soldiers on the Bakhmut front without ammunition. The recent problems in the Russian army have started to make Vladimir Putin very uneasy. There are two things a dictatorial leader fears. Against him, and the second is that his people start a revolt against him. Both of these are happening to Vladimir Putin right now. Russian soldiers who have been fighting on Ukrainian soil for a long time have started to be affected by the negative conditions created by the war. Russian soldiers who started to collapse psychologically could no longer withstand the conditions of war, and this is causing some rebellions among Russian soldiers. In the last 2 months alone, there have been reports of mutinies from 4 different Russian headquarters. In Kharkov, one of the first regions occupied by Vladimir Putin in Ukraine, Russian soldiers recently decided to lay down their arms. Vladimir Putin declared partial mobilization and forcibly recruited 300,000 Russian citizens into the army. However, he could not predict that these soldiers would cause problems for him after a while. The Russian soldiers who were forcibly recruited and sent to fight in Ukraine began to think that Vladimir Putin did not value them. These inexperienced soldiers, who know nothing about warfare, are being forced by Russian commanders to fight on the front lines. This is one of the reasons why the losses of the Russian army in Ukraine are so high. Aware of the situation, Russian soldiers have decided to lay down their arms, saying that they no longer want to die for Vladimir Putin. However, Vladimir Putin took precautions long beforehand, as if he was aware that such a thing would happen. Assigning the Russian National Guard's called Rosgvardia to intervene in the rebellious soldiers, Putin sends the National Guards to the headquarters where the decisions to lay down arms have been taken. These National Guardsmen are authorized to maintain order within the army and arrest Russian soldiers who show indiscipline. In just 1 month, 400 Russian soldiers were arrested by the Russian National Guard and brought to Russia and imprisoned. Not only the Russian soldiers, but also the Russian people are very unhappy with Vladimir Putin. Even Russian citizens who were with Vladimir Putin at the beginning of the war have now given up supporting him. The inflation rate has increased in Russia, which has entered an economically turbulent period with the ineffectiveness of the war. Russian citizens whose social lives have been negatively affected by the sanctions and embargoes imposed on Russia by Western countries now think that this war must end. Even Russian citizens who support the occupation of Ukraine say that the Russian army should withdraw from Ukraine. This is the main reason for the recent protests in Russia. However, Vladimir Putin does not consult his people about his decision. This is causing the Russian people's anger against Putin to grow even more. Expert researchers say that if this continues, Vladimir Putin will not be able to win the election again in the coming election.
Hi, my name is Leslie Swishy, and this is my daughter Tori. We're here at home with Chattanooga, and my husband and I have been customers for 15 years, and we're fortunate to buy Leslie's car here, so basically she's grown up here. We were so satisfied with the customer service, and that's what keeps us coming back.
Shop from home at Mercedes-Benz at Long.com. Mercedes-Benz at Long. Long, the local name you can trust.
I am 39 years old. I've started thinking about getting Botox done most for the last couple of years. I just see myself on video calls all day, and I really start noticing the lines. I'm sure, and I got this up now. I'm seeing a lot less prominent lines than I did before. The results have been subtle but multiple. Protest cosmetics FDA states you temporarily make frown lines, those streaks, and forehead lines look better. The effects of protest cosmetics may stay hours, weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. So what you got there right away is difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive protest cosmetics if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor that your medical history, muscle and nerve condition, and medications including botulinum toxins are used to increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at protestcosmetics.com.
However, the Israeli government, which has not maintained a neutral policy in the war between Russia and Ukraine, suddenly broke its neutrality. Benjamin Netanyahu, who was re-elected as the Prime Minister of Israel, stated that they should now intervene directly in the war and announced that they would send a military support package for the Ukrainian army. This sudden decision of Netanyahu, who announced that Merkava battle tanks and Alpha's Army's 900 model unmanned combat aircraft in the Israeli army inventory would be sent to Ukraine, stunned many countries, especially Russia. Before we get into the details of the issue, let us provide information about how this event developed. Israeli leader Netanyahu recently announced that he would introduce regulations to limit the powers of the Israeli judiciary. However, Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, opposed Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision. When Netanyahu dismissed Gallant, Israel's defense minister, for opposing him, things got even more complicated and the people took to the streets and started a major riot. More than 600,000 Israelis took to the streets to protest, much to the surprise of Prime Minister Netanyahu. Netanyahu, who was surprised that the protests grew so quickly, later learned that Russia and Iran were also behind the protests. Netanyahu, who learned that these protests in Israel were supported by Russia and Iran, took a very harsh stance against Russia. The Israeli government has decided that they will support the Ukrainian army against the Russian invasion. Netanyahu openly threatened Russia, saying that if Russia continues to interfere in Israel's internal affairs, Israel will respond much more harshly. So what was the real reason for Netanyahu to break his neutrality in the war between Russia and Ukraine? Let's find out together. There are many reasons for the rapid escalation of tensions between Russia and Israel, but the main reason for Prime Minister Netanyahu to lose patience and support the Ukrainian army was the recent protests in Israel, which were supported by Russian and Iranian militias. As is well known, more than 20% of Israel's population is Arab. At the same time, there are quite a lot of citizens of Russian origin in Israel. This 20%, which includes a large number of Iranian citizens, posed such a great threat to Israel for the first time. There are thousands of Jewish citizens of Arab origin who operate clandestinely in Israel and work on behalf of Iran and Russia. With the beginning of the protests in Israel, these secret militias working on behalf of Iran and Russia mobilized the people in the streets and caused the riots to grow even more. The Russian militias first wanted to set fire to Prime Minister Netanyahu's party building, but Israeli security forces did not allow them to do so. The Iranian and Russian militias then set many streets of the city on fire and started looting and setting fire to vehicles and buildings on the streets. Thus, the anti-Netanyahu Israeli public, unaware of everything, fell into this trap organized by the Iranian militias. The main aim of the Israeli people was to show their reaction to Prime Minister Netanyahu, but the Iranian militias turned these protests into riots. Realizing this, Netanyahu decided to officially support the Ukrainian army in order to counter this joint Iranian-Russian effort. Netanyahu announced that they would send 16 Merkava model battle tanks and 20 Alvit Hermes 900 unmanned fighter jets to the Ukrainian army, and for the first time officially took action against Russia. However, this was not the real reason why the Israeli government agreed to send support to the Ukrainian army. Even though the protests in Israel were fueled by Russia and Iran, behind closed doors there was a real war going on between Israel and Russia. After the Russian army started to invade Ukrainian territory, Russian leader Vladimir Putin has been very aggressive in both foreign and domestic politics. But Vladimir Putin's main targets were the United States and Israel. When a war broke out between Russia and Ukraine, Russian citizens started to leave the country's borders. After Putin's announcement that 300,000 Russian citizens would be included in the Russian army with the decision of partial mobilization, the Russian people quickly left the country. Among the citizens who left the country were Israeli citizens of Jewish origin. However, Vladimir Putin did not allow Jewish citizens to leave the country in order to hurt Israel. The Israeli government then activated Jewish logistics agencies that have been operating in Russia for a long time. These agencies started to help Jewish citizens living in Russia to leave the country. These Jewish
Dang, I missed it.
Fellow elites, now don't make travel so expensive. This world famous resort is one of the least crowded places on Earth, and no one can afford to fly. How'd you get here?
Kayak. They compared hundreds of travel sites to find a great deal on my flight, car, and hotel.
Our secret meeting is ruined.
Doesn't look very secret. Kayak. Search one and done.
China is one of the most powerful countries in the world, with well over 1 billion people, one of the strongest militaries outside the United States, and a powerful nuclear arsenal. Taiwan is a small island nation, doggedly defending its independence for more than half a century, but far outgunned by its rival. But does Taiwan have a weapon up its sleeve that could weaken China's power over it in an instant? And is that also Taiwan's biggest vulnerability? This is how semiconductors could define the coming conflict in Asia. Semiconductors are one of the most important tools in the modern world of technology. They not only play a key role in military technology, but in civilian tech as well. Semiconductors are a material in the electric conductivity sweet spot that falls between a typical conductor, like copper, and an insulator, like glass. As the temperature goes up, its resistance to electric currents goes down, the exact opposite of the way metal behaves. And that makes it the key to a whole lot of machines. When a semiconductor is introduced into a design structure, it creates an impurity that causes the two regions to operate in different ways. And this creates a semiconductor junction. This allows charge carriers like electrons and ions to flow in certain ways. And this is the core of most modern electronics. Vacuum tubes were the first version of these devices that controlled the electric flow in computers and other devices. But now just about everything runs on semiconductor devices. No semiconductors, no transistors and or diodes. No transistors and diodes, no computers or computerized modern military technology. These little devices are the backbone of just about everything we use on a day-to-day basis, and it all hinges on the supply of the needed elements. The most common semiconductor used in the devices is silicon, along with the element germanium, and the manufactured zinc blend, gallium arsenide. Knowing how to mine for these compounds, to refine them, and treat them, and use them to create the tiny chips that make computer function possible is the only thing standing between us and a return to a much earlier era of technology and the collapse of many modern industries. Good thing there are a lot of scientists all around the world hard at work on them, right? Right? Not quite. The world has allowed the vast majority of semiconductor design and production to be centralized in one company, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited. It's not only the world's largest semiconductor company, it was the very first dedicated semiconductor manufacturer when it was founded in 1987. The founder, Morris Chang, knew how key these devices would be in the future and worked to corner the market early. He was successful beyond his wildest dreams and retired after 31 years at the head.
Today, it's one of the most valuable companies in the world, estimated to be worth over $400 billion. It's also publicly traded, meaning it's majority owned by foreign investors. And there's good reason for that. If there's a major company you know of, odds are it relies on TSMC for its smooth day-to-day operation. It doesn't have any direct dealings with the company, but if it uses electronics, the odds are that there are some semiconductors involved. And then those odds are good that they come from Taiwan. In fact, many companies like Broadcom and Apple that manufacture semiconductor devices have deals with TSMC. The companies that make their own semiconductors, like Intel, still outsource some production to the Chinese company. It all comes back to the massive facility at Hsinchu Science Park, and it's possibly the most important company in the world. And that gives it a lot of leverage. After 2020, virtually all industries saw slowdowns and shortages due to the pandemic and the associated work and resource shortages. But many of those shortages have come down to production issues from TSMC, which is in a country that took strict measures to control the spread of the virus. While Taiwan's lockdowns were never as stringent as their rivals in China, they still curtailed activities for several months, and the resulting shortage of semiconductors can still be felt today. It even forced several key automakers to temporarily shut down production of new automobiles, because as everyone knows, cars today have complex computers in them. Alexa, play On the Road again. And when so much relies on one country, it can lead to serious challenges. It's estimated that Taiwan makes up almost 2/3 of the world's total semiconductor production, with TSMC alone making up 54%. South Korea is second with 18%, China's in third with only 6%, and all the others have 13% spread around the world. So an interruption in Taiwanese microchips could not just cause manufacturing delays around the world, it could give the small island country the ability to pick the winners and losers in any global conflict, including one targeting it directly, and that might be coming whether Taiwan wants it or not. China has had a standard line on Taiwan since the Civil War back in the 1940s. Taiwan is China. And much like North Korea and South Korea's blood feud, both governments regard themselves as the legitimate government of all of China. China has the military and diplomatic edge, and has been working to pressure other governments to not recognize Taiwan as a country. Most countries agree, having diplomatic relations with Taiwan without officially recognizing it as separate from China. But occasionally, China's pressure goes too far.
1 bite, 2 bite, 3 bite delicious, but now the incentive of buying and eating the pizza amplified, only because those opportunities are now allotted to those kids and to the next generation.
This is my friend's own pizza shop.
When the summer rolls the snow, we make animals out of the clouds. Some are moving fast while others seem to hang around. I bet you can't beat my old record of 8 Skinner rocks on the lake. We got plenty of time so you can have all the tracks that it takes.
Oh, you're still here, we're so excited you decided to stay
On the Georgia
the Blue Ridge Mountain Way.
When a Chinese propagandist said that the Chinese government should shoot down Speaker Nancy Pelosi's plane if she visits Taiwan, cooler heads prevailed. Pelosi visited Taiwan unscathed, and China's bluster made it look like a big paper tiger. But China's reason for wanting Taiwan goes back to far more than ego. China's economy has been struggling, as their COVID-related decisions have led to repeated shutdowns in major cities. The country's increasingly strict trade policies have made many countries hesitant to invest there, and China's economy has begun showing signs of contracting. Many people are taking their business elsewhere, but if they control the world's semiconductor production, people have no choice but to do business with them. After all, even just a temporary shortage led to a panic around the world, with many realizing for the first time just how dependent they were on Taiwan's production, and how many industries would be affected. And China might see their path as simple.
China is focused on developing their air and naval power, and they're far superior to Taiwan in those areas. While Taiwan does have a strong military, they don't have nuclear weapons or aircraft carriers. While they might be able to put up a surprisingly strong fight against China, much the way Ukraine is shocking the world by holding Russia at bay, they likely wouldn't be able to do so forever without military assistance from other powers. While the United States has vowed to defend Taiwan if it's attacked, would it follow through if China threatened it with nuclear weapons? There's no treaty requiring U.S. support, and China might think it could intimidate the U.S. out of the equation, at which point it seizes the means of production. Once China takes control of the semiconductor factories, it's not hard to see how things could go south. China's known for hardball trade tactics, and leveraging its control over this critical industry to force concessions would likely be its next move. The first obvious move would be to recognize Taiwan as part of China and remove any sanctions placed on China for its invasion, something Russia doesn't have the leverage to do. But China's unlikely to stop there. After all, they've made other aggressive military moves in the South China Sea and the Pacific, while other major powers might be able to step up their own semiconductor production rather than acquiesce to China's demands, although likely not without serious production delays. The same might not happen for regional countries. So China might be able to hold other countries' technology hostage. China's likely goal is to control the technology market in the East, if not the whole world. It would be a lot easier for small countries to agree to China's demands than try to hold out until they can get the technology they need from other countries. As long as China's demands aren't extreme, the prospect of opposing a technology superpower might be too much for an Asian or African country to risk. And so, once it conquers Taiwan, China likely feels it can become the de facto power in many other countries without ever firing a shot. At least that's the hope. But the reality might be a lot different. Because while China wants to get leverage over the world through Taiwan's semiconductor industry, Taiwan has that leverage right now, and it's just a question of how much it wants to use it. Taiwan has always used a velvet glove approach with most countries, unlike China. After all, it's a small power, and it needs the support of countries like the United States more than the United States needs Taiwan. At least that was the case until it became a semiconductor powerhouse. Now it might have the leverage it needs to ensure continued support. But nothing comes without risks. We've already seen how much damage an embargo can cause when the Trump administration decided to crack down on Chinese manufacturers due to spying allegations. Because many TSMC semiconductor devices get sent to the United States and wind up in American devices, Trump banned Chinese access to all U.S. chip technology. Thus, it was able to ensure that most TSMC chips never made it to China, and particularly to the controversial Huawei Technologies, China's biggest tech company. As part of a trade war, Trump was able to kneecap his biggest geopolitical rival. The Biden administration has largely continued Trump's policies in this area, and the TSMC's heavy investment in the United States continues. So what could happen if Taiwan struck harder? What would happen if Taiwan fully cut off China from its computer chip supply? For one thing, this would almost definitely be considered an act of war by China, so it's not a move that would be taken lightly. It would likely be done if diplomatic relations with China had fully broken down and it seemed war was imminent. Odds are this would be a step taken after consultation with the United States and South Korea, two of Taiwan's most important technological partners, and after receiving concrete intel on China marshaling for war. After all, if you're going to be hit, why not hit first? And if the impacts would be significant and immediate, one way Taiwan could strike back is the most destructive, to China, but also to Taiwan and the rest of the world. In a move reminiscent of Samson pulling down the temple on him, Taiwan and his allies could immediately target the main chip production plant and destroy it, ensuring China can't get its hands on the infrastructure and control the global flow of semiconductors. U.S. policymakers reportedly wanted to deny China access to the chips at all costs. And the worst-case scenario involves evacuating top scientists and making sure the Chinese forces don't inherit anything but rubble. But this is an extreme measure. For one thing, it would likely set the global supply of semiconductors back years, while the U.S. and its allies would have the advantage in getting back on their feet thanks to access to the scientists. That doesn't mean it would be easy. No other facility in the world has the same infrastructure needed to manufacture Taiwan's level of production. So there would be a lengthy bottleneck, even for the people first in line. And this could cause consequences far worse than the car supply crash. Citadel CEO Ken Griffin warned that if Taiwan had its semiconductor industry seized by China, it could send the U.S. into an immediate Great Depression, as essential infrastructure would be unable to keep itself working and much of the U.S. economy would shut down.
Griffin worried that tough trade policies that freeze out China could make this more likely, but no one knows if the Chinese have already decided on their next move. But the worst-case scenario is still on the table. The United States is still reportedly committing to defending Taiwan's security, and options like targeting TSMC are still on the table. The idea is this would render Taiwan extremely costly for China to invade, much like the war in Ukraine is bleeding Russia dry, while denying it.
We get what we deserve, and we're down we go. Oh, baby.
Acqua di Gio, Eau de Toilette, and the new Eau de Parfum, Giorgio Armani.
Because the most valuable industry is out of commission. It'd be like China getting the goose that lays the golden eggs right after its egg-laying days end. But this would still likely see Taiwan at the wrong end of a brutal occupation, and an angry China might take out its lost money on the country it just invaded. Fortunately, there is another option, but pulling it off wouldn't be easy. Could Taiwan cut off China from its supply of semiconductors without ensuring war? That heavily depends on how reckless China is, but it is possible. TSMC relies on global suppliers to manufacture its chips, and at the first sign of a Chinese invasion, odds are those supplies would be cut off to China quickly. After all, we saw the entire world come together to sanction Russia as soon as they invaded Ukraine. Not only did Russia lose access to foreign weapons and supplies, but Russian billionaires saw their yachts seized, and major companies quickly headed for the exit. Not only is Russia still under crushing military sanctions, they can't even watch Netflix. Take that, Vladimir. But targeting China in the same way comes with some complications. For one thing, China has a much stronger infrastructure than Russia. It's largely self-sufficient in terms of military hardware, digital infrastructure, and food supply. Its economy is much stronger, and it's already distanced itself from many major Western chains. Even Disney can't get its movies played there regularly anymore. But like the rest of the world, it needed one thing to keep running. Semiconductors. Lots of them. And it doesn't make enough on its own soil to have a chance to keep running. So what would happen if Taiwan cut China off? China's already cut off from any technology that was developed with the help of the Taiwan allies sanctioning China, but a full cutoff would cause a much bigger impact. Much like China assumes it could cut off the U.S. from the supply by conquering Taiwan, the same could happen to China if Taiwan strikes first, and just about every industry could be affected, including some of the most critical. Semiconductors are essential in just about every computing device today, and just about everything is controlled by computing devices now. For one thing, China's entire telecommunications structure could find itself in danger if there wasn't the supply to replace devices when they went down. This could cause major issues in transmitting information and possibly make them dependent on less secure technology that could be hacked or intercepted easily. Most utility systems are run via computer systems now, and with China's massively dense cities, any power outage could be disastrous and cause massive civil unrest. The same goes for China's transportation infrastructure. While none of this would happen immediately, the goal would be to unbalance China long-term to make prosecuting a war in Taiwan far too costly. But there could be much bigger consequences to the Chinese war machine. Today's planes and submarines are among the most advanced machines on the planet. After all, they often cost billions to design and are made to carry nuclear weapons. That means they're heavily dependent on computer systems as well, and China would likely shift their remaining semiconductor supply to this sector in the event of a war that cut them off from the industry. That would mean serious consequences for the country, but that would be a sacrifice they'd be willing to make for the war effort. There was a problem with that, though. Just ask Russia. During war, lots of expensive war machines get turned into scrap metal. Being the stronger power isn't a guarantee of winning skirmishes, especially when your target has the protection of a superpower, and as one Chinese plane and ship after another gets destroyed, they might not have the semiconductors needed to replace them. And there's no war without collateral damage. Another industry would be hit hard by a semiconductor shutdown, and it's one that no one would be intentionally targeting in China. Today's healthcare industry has come a long way from doctors keeping patient files in giant drawers. Today, patient information is often kept in complex computer networks, often on the cloud, and it can be easily shared with multiple offices to ensure patients get a good continuum of care. Additionally, many of the surgical devices in a hospital run on computers as well. And if something goes wrong, it could stop a hospital in its tracks. This is why many hospitals have been targeted by ransomware hackers, threatening to hold the hospital hostage until they get their money. But if a widespread semiconductor shortage threatens hospital supplies of devices, it could seriously compromise healthcare in China, which might put pressure on the country to back away and get out from under the sanctions. There's just one problem with this strategy. Cutting China off from semiconductors would be seen as an act of war by the larger country, and they would not hesitate to respond. So this becomes a game of brinksmanship. Right now, things are in a slow boil level of tension with China and Taiwan, with China constantly threatening Taiwan and conducting war games off the shore, but staying just short of actually attacking. If Taiwan was attacked, there would be a very short window of time for the United States and its allies to decide to get involved and defend Taiwan, which is when Taiwan would likely cut China off and see if it could wait it out as China saw the impacts pile up on its infrastructure. But could Taiwan strike first? It's possible, but it's a very risky game. There's a point where China will view it as a direct attack, but no one's sure where that'll be. The best chance might be for Taiwan's allies to slowly boil the frog and make it harder and harder for China to get their hands on any semiconductors that other countries have anything to do with. China has been doubling its own production, but its infrastructure right now is too small to make up the shortfall. And as their own supply gets lower and lower, they might wind up too short to risk what they have left on a war they might not be able to win. But no matter who wins the standoff, everyone can agree on one thing. Somehow, Taiwan has managed to make itself one of the most important countries in the world. Every advanced country largely relies on them, and their neighbor South Korea, for the little devices that keep just about everything running. And that means that those two countries are extremely valuable in the global scheme, with some countries looking to target them and take what they have, and other countries determined to protect them to keep the global supply flowing. But not everyone is comfortable with this leverage, so you can expect to see a lot more semiconductor factories cropping up around the world, maybe even in your backyard. Want to know more about this potential showdown? Check out China's plan to take over the world, or China's World War III plan for all the details. Between Russia and Ukraine started long before February 24th, 2022. Russian aggression has been constant ever since Vladimir Putin came to power in the late 90s. However, it was the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 that started the current conflict. The crazy part is NATO and the rest of the world just watched as Russian forces invaded Crimea in an eerily similar way to how Nazi Germany annexed Austria, Czechoslovakia, and the Rhineland before launching its invasion of Poland and starting World War II. In 2022, Russia invaded the rest of the country, just like the Ukrainian government knew it would. There's no denying that Putin is to blame for the war in Ukraine. But the indifference by NATO and all the other countries around the world toward the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 makes them all, to a certain extent, complicit in the war today. Ukraine and its people have stood strong and fought bravely. There's no denying that Russia is losing the war, and that if Ukraine gets the support it needs from NATO, they'll be able to push Russia out of their borders. Make no mistake, Crimea is a part of Ukraine, and the government has made it clear that Ukraine will not stop fighting or enter any type of negotiations unless all of its territories are returned. The problem for Putin is that if he allows Crimea to once again rejoin Ukraine, it would not only lead to his downfall, but the collapse of Russia. Russia needs Crimea for several reasons, but Putin needs it more than ever if he's going to make it through the war and maintain his power in Russia. Let's examine why Russia wanted Crimea so badly in the first place, what would happen if it lost the Crimean Peninsula to Ukraine, and how it might be possible for Ukraine to achieve this goal. Crimea has a complicated history. Its location in the Black Sea has been sought after for hundreds of years, and even though its history goes back millennia, it was during the Russian-Turkish War from 1768 to 1774 that marked the beginning of the chain of events that have led to where we are today. At the end of that war, Crimea proclaimed independence from Turkey. However, in 1783, Russia incorporated the region into its borders to make use of its ports and to house the Russian Black Sea Fleet, which is still located in Sevastopol today. After this point in time, Crimea periodically faced tragedy at the hands of Russia all the way until today. As the 19th century came to an end, Russia completed its construction of the railway across Crimea to Sevastopol. This allowed for easier trade with European markets, making Russia a lot of profit, as it exported basic goods and imported luxury goods for its elite. It was also at this point that Crimea became the summer residence of the Russian imperial family. where those in power could enjoy the region at their leisure. And though Russia no longer has a monarchy with a royal family, this era created a deep desire for wealthy Russians to control Crimea. The early 20th century was a turbulent time in Europe and the surrounding region, including Crimea. Civil wars broke out, and Nazi Germany decimated the population and the lands of the peninsula as Hitler's war machine marched across its border in an attempt to defeat Russia. The population of Crimea was cut nearly in half, and its ports were all but destroyed. When the war ended, Crimea was incorporated into the Soviet Union. It was in 1954 that things got exceptionally complicated for the Crimean Peninsula, and it was this time period that Russia sometimes cites as one of the reasons why Crimea belongs to them. As the Communist Party restructured the borders and the lands of the Soviet Union, Crimea was transferred from the jurisdiction of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic to the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. This still meant that Crimea was under the control of the Kremlin, but the Ukrainian territory within the Soviet Union would oversee most of the governing of the region. Throughout the Cold War, the fallen industries and infrastructure of Crimea were rebuilt, and it once again began to hold key strategic and economic significance for Russia. However, in 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed and the Western territories were given autonomy from Moscow, Ukraine became a sovereign nation. And since Crimea was a designated part of Ukraine by Nikita Khrushchev in the 1950s, it was technically no longer a part of Russia. This was unacceptable to the incoming regime, and it would only take a little over a decade before this relatively small peninsula would find itself invaded by Russia. In 2014, Vladimir Putin annexed the region, even though the rest of the world had agreed Crimea was a part of Ukraine. And as the saying goes, the rest is history. Ever since 2014, Crimea has not only been the source of conflict, but an incredibly crucial territory for Russia. Since it was illegally seized by Putin, Crimea went back to its former role of being an economic, military, and leisure hub for the Kremlin. There are many reasons why Vladimir Putin will never willingly give up Crimea, and many of them go back to the Russian Empire that first incorporated the region into Russia's borders. Once Putin controlled Crimea, new infrastructure connecting the Russian mainland to the peninsula was constructed to make moving goods, supplies, and military units to the area easier. It also allowed for an excellent staging ground for Russia's invasion of the rest of Ukraine, which was almost certainly already being planned back in 2014. When he invaded Crimea, Putin may have been testing the waters to see how the world would react to him illegally annexing a part of his neighbor. And when there was no repercussions for his actions, he knew that his invasion of Ukraine would likely be met with similar indifference. For Russia, Crimea serves not only as a staging ground for soldiers, but a vital part of the supply chain that ensures troops currently holding the Donbas region of the country are properly equipped and fed. It's here that Russia has been launching attacks further into Ukraine for the past several months, and where troops are currently dug in until reinforcements and equipment can be sent. What this means is that Crimea is a key strategic location for Russia's future plans in Ukraine. Without controlling Crimea, Russia would lose the ability to easily move tanks and weapons to the front lines. Putin knows this, which is why even as Ukrainian forces launch missiles and bomb bridges in Crimea, Russia refuses to allow any show of weakness in the region. The moment Ukraine retakes Crimea, the war will be lost for Russia. This will come with a huge military and political consequence for Putin, which is why he's so desperate to hold on to the Crimean Peninsula. Along with being a resupply hub, Crimea acts as a missile launching ground for Russia. The missiles they've deployed to the peninsula are relatively well protected at the moment and can hit key targets in Ukraine. The air bases in Crimea also allow Russian planes and drones to carry out bombing runs as far away as Kyiv. The only reason that Russia can constantly harass major Ukrainian cities is because of its occupation of Crimea. But the most important military aspect of Crimea for Russia comes from the port city of Sevastopol, where Russia's Black Sea Fleet resides. Russia's used this group of naval ships to blockade Ukraine, cutting off supply routes along its coast. Aid is still reaching Ukraine through other means, but the control of the Black Sea, made possible by Russia controlling a major port in Crimea, has severely crippled the Ukrainian economy and its ability to bring supplies into the country. Sevastopol is one of Russia's only warm water ports, meaning it can be used year-round. This is important, not only for its military, but for trade as well. Crimea is in a prime location on the Black Sea to receive goods from North Africa and the Middle East. It also allows Russia to move cargo into and out of the Mediterranean. Without Crimea, Russia would not be able to maintain control over the Black Sea. Its naval ships have been used to bombard ports as well as coastal cities, and even though Ukraine has sunk the Russian flagship Moskva, they don't have the naval capability to break the blockades put in place. So Crimea is clearly important for the Russian military and economy. But there's another more insane reason that Putin believes it was his right to seize the peninsula. Vladimir Putin has said numerous times he wants to bring back the former glory of the Russian Empire. This is one of the reasons he so desperately wanted to take Crimea in the first place. By incorporating the peninsula back into Russian borders, he was paying tribute to Catherine the Great and the Russian Empire of the late 1700s. Of course, Putin wanted Crimea for its strategic significance, but he also wanted to show the people of Russia and the rest of the world he was capable of expanding Russian borders to create his own Russian empire. Craziest part was that independent polls conducted in 2018 showed that 86% of Russians supported the forced annexation of Crimea. This was likely due to the brainwashing and misinformation campaigns carried out by state-controlled media, but the support for reincorporating Crimea back into Russia was staggering. For decades, Crimea was used as a playscape for the Russian elite, and even in recent times, it's become a popular tourist destination due to its beautiful coastlines and temperate climate. These factors definitely had less impact on Putin's decision to illegally annex the region, but you can't help but wonder if he had dreams of sitting at a resort in Crimea while brainstorming ways to take over the world. Putin will also do anything he can to reduce Western influence anywhere near Russia's borders. Seizing Crimea meant the trade networks between Europe and Ukraine were severely disrupted. Just by incorporating the relatively small piece of land into Russia, Putin found a way to stop further encroachment by the West on what he saw to be his sphere of influence. Goods from Western countries coming into the region via Crimea were not something that Putin wanted, and by holding the territory, he ensured that Western influence was placated while growing his own influence in the region. Like with many parts of the world seized by powerful countries, Crimea holds vast amounts of resources that Russia needs. In particular, Crimea has a large source of natural gas and oil. Both of these things are necessary to keep the Russian economy going. But controlling the peninsula also serves another purpose. After Putin annexed Crimea, he could control where the oil and natural gas for the region was going. This meant that European nations that once received some of their energy resources from Ukraine, and Crimea in particular, would no longer have the option of buying these resources from Ukraine. It was Russia or nothing. Putin would literally do anything to disrupt Western society. After he gained control of Crimea, anyone who procured natural gas and oil from the region of the world, in effect, would be paying Russia. It also allowed Russia to control distribution, which severely hurt Ukraine's economy and caused them to lose access to an area that provided the nation with a large percentage of its energy. Ever since Putin seized Crimea, he effectively declared an economic war on Ukraine. It was terrible that he was allowed to get away with so much, as the Ukrainian people have been suffering at the hands of Putin for much longer than just the past year. It's clear why Russia wanted Crimea and why it's so important. But what would happen if Ukraine managed to retake the peninsula and push Russian forces out of the region? The initial benefits would be that if Ukraine could reclaim the Donbas region and Crimea, it would mean that they secured all the lands that Russia stole from them. Ukraine would also now control the resources, ports, and land that would provide the country with a much-needed economic boost. All of the strategic benefits that Russia now enjoys because of Crimea would go to Ukraine. They would be able to use the ports, airstrips, and bridges into Russia for their own military objectives. If Ukraine reclaimed Crimea, it would pretty much mean that Russia had lost the war. But there's a much bigger problem for Russia and Putin if Ukraine takes back Crimea. Vladimir Putin used the annexation of Crimea as a way to prove to the Russian people that he could bring back the might of the Russian Empire. If he were to lose Crimea, it would throw everything he promised out the window. This would be something that not even the state-controlled media could spin into a positive. If Ukraine was able to secure Crimea, it would clearly show that Russia was not as strong as Vladimir Putin claimed it to be. The population is already hurting from the sanctions placed on the country, while all available resources are being poured into the war effort. So if the war ends up being a failure, the people of Russia will understandably become incredibly angry. There are already mass protests against the war breaking out across Russia. Huge numbers of talented workers, freethinkers, and people trying to avoid conscription are fleeing to neighboring countries. If Putin were to lose Crimea, it would be the end of his reign in Russia. The psychopathic dictator has surrounded himself with a series of protections that keep a coup from overthrowing his regime. But losing Crimea might be the one thing that could shatter Putin's coup-proof government. As Russia experiences defeat after defeat in Ukraine, Putin has continually blamed his generals and military advisors, although he was warned before the initial invasion that Ukraine might be harder to defeat than anyone wanted to admit. But Putin, being Putin, decided to ignore the warnings and did whatever he wanted. Now the mad dictator of Russia is regretting those decisions. Putin and top officials in his government can continue to blame and replace the heads of military units because of their shortcomings, but if Russia loses Crimea, every military leader with power will look to blame the Kremlin for their failures. It's unlikely that the coup will come from within the military, but if soldiers and generals are pushed hard enough and everything they fought for begins to slip away, it could spell the end of the current Russian administration. Soldiers and their commanders would be disheartened and embarrassed. They would seek to blame someone, and to them it would be extraordinarily clear who's at fault for this whole mess. Perhaps there would be an assassination attempt on Putin's life, or maybe generals in the battlefield would carry out secret meetings to find a way to overthrow the government. However, even though it's a remote possibility, the most likely scenario that could destroy Russia if Crimea was lost would be a popular uprising. In the minds of the Russian people, Crimea belongs to them. And since Putin made the promise to bring Crimea and the rest of Ukraine back under Russian control, anything short of this would make the general public question his leadership. This, mixed with the pain and suffering that the Russian people are experiencing due to the war, would likely be enough for a popular uprising to get started. The loss of Crimea could be the match that lights the fire within the Russian people. It would be clear that Putin has been lying this entire time, that the war was not going according to plan, and that Russia was not as strong under his leadership as he claimed it to be. The population would begin rebelling, tearing the country apart. If Putin had any plans of invading Crimea to take it back, they'd be put on hold, as every available soldier would need to be deployed within Russia itself to stop the uprisings. However, at that point, it would be too late, and if Russia loses Crimea and the Russian people start to revolt, it would be all over for Putin and anyone who allied himself with him. Crimea is incredibly important for Russia due to its strategic value, the amount of resources it provides, and the key role it plays in the narrative around rebuilding a Russian empire. If Ukraine's able to retake its land and push Russian forces out, it would most likely lead to the destruction of the status quo in Russia right now. So the question becomes, can Ukraine retake Crimea? And if so, how would they do it? According to President Volodymyr Zelensky, it's not a question of if, but of when. Ukraine must take back everything Russia stole from it, including Crimea. And it seems like Zelensky is going to keep good on his word, as Ukrainian forces have already begun to attack targets on the peninsula. Artillery strikes and missiles have already hit military installations and key strategic locations that Russia holds in Crimea. One of their biggest wins was the attack that damaged the Kerch Strait Bridge, which disrupted the supply lines that Russia was using to get weapons and resources to their troops in the Donbas region of Ukraine. This dealt a huge blow to the Russian war effort, but it also was a personal attack on Putin. We know it sounds crazy, but Putin loved that bridge, like he literally loved it. In 2018, Russian movie makers created the film The Crimean Bridge Made with Love, which is a love story where the Kerch Strait Bridge plays a major role in the plot. Vladimir Putin is a weird dude, but this movie takes things to a whole new level. Like everything else in Russia, the movie was made under the oversight of the Kremlin, and if you're thinking that the movie must be absolutely terrible, you'd be right. In it, a young, darling builder falls in love with a female archaeology student. Unfortunately, a PR man from Moscow brings American television crews to film the Kerch Strait Bridge, which the main character is working on. Somehow, this creates a love triangle that ends up being the fault of the Americans. It's a convoluted love story that includes anti-Western propaganda and is centered around the Kerch Strait Bridge. We honestly can't make this stuff up. Vladimir Putin and his regime are insane and clearly have terrible taste in movies. Back in reality, the destruction of the Kerch Strait Bridge was a huge win for Ukraine, but their victories didn't stop there. While Russia scrambles to dig in and hold the territory that they seized in the initial invasion, Ukrainian forces are continually dealing damage to the Russian war machine. In October 2022, reports came in that Ukraine had launched drones that disabled 3 warships stationed in Sevastopol. Like the Russian tanks and artillery, their naval ships seem to be vulnerable to Ukrainian tactics and weapons. However, even though it's clear that Ukraine is capable of dealing damage to Russian forces from afar, invading the Crimean Peninsula will be a whole other matter. Crimea is connected to mainland Ukraine by a small strip of land that's only 5 miles wide. This means that if Ukraine launches a ground-based attack, they'll have to travel across this checkpoint, which will undoubtedly be heavily fortified by Russian forces. There are other ways to get into Crimea, such as by boat or via airdrops, but an invasion will definitely be costly in terms of lives lost and the number of resources spent to take the peninsula. Right now, Ukraine does not have the aircraft or the amphibious vehicles to make invading Crimea possible, and the leadership likely wouldn't consider trying to take the peninsula until Russian forces have been pushed out of the Donbas region. One way that Ukraine could secure Crimea is if they cut off the supplies coming into the region by destroying the Kerch Strait Bridge and securing the major ports on the peninsula. This obviously will not be easy, but it would allow Ukraine to severely weaken the Russian position in Crimea. If Russia doesn't have the ability to resupply the troops on the peninsula, Ukraine could just continue to bombard key military positions from the mainland and then wait until Russian forces either surrendered or became weak enough that an invasion would be successful. However, Ukraine would need to gain access to medium and long-range missiles to carry out this type of attack successfully. Currently, NATO countries are hesitant to give Ukraine these types of weapons and fear that it might escalate things further. If they had access to long-range missiles, there is the possibility that Ukraine would use these weapons to attack targets deep within Russia, such as Moscow. This seems unlikely, as Ukraine only seems to be focused on retaking the land Russia invaded, but this is war, and Russia has committed countless atrocities in Ukraine ever since it invaded Crimea. If Ukraine got their hands on long-range missiles, they would almost certainly use them to strike targets in Crimea, but there's also a real possibility they would launch them across the border into Russia as well. This brings us to what would happen if Putin felt he was about to lose Crimea. As we already know, this would likely be the end of his brutal dictatorship, and as we also know, Putin will do everything in his power to keep this from happening. So, if the war took a turn for the worst for Russia and Ukrainian forces looked as if they were about to invade Crimea, it's possible Vladimir Putin would escalate things to the next level and use weapons that the world has feared ever since they were first dropped at the end of World War II. Russia has a massive amount of nuclear weapons. It's estimated that Russia has stockpiled around 6,000 nuclear warheads. Some of these are tactical nukes, which have a significantly smaller yield than strategic nuclear weapons. A 1 kiloton tactical nuke would have a blast radius of around 300 yards. This is more than enough to wipe out an entire Ukrainian unit and decimate any armor or structures in the area. A 10 kiloton tactical nuke would have a blast radius a third of a mile, which could destroy entire airfields, bases, or towns. These weapons are terrifying, and if Putin decided to use them, it could lead to a much larger conflict with NATO getting directly involved. Then again, this isn't the scary scenario. If Ukraine was in a position to successfully take Crimea and Putin knew Russia wouldn't be able to hold the peninsula, he might feel backed into a corner, and we all know what happens when a wild animal feels threatened. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Putin will launch strategic nukes with payloads in excess of 1 megaton. These nuclear weapons could be 1,000 times stronger than the 2 nuclear bombs dropped on Japan in World War II and could wipe out entire cities. There's no doubt Ukraine could take Crimea if they get the weapons and support they need from Western nations. If Crimea was recaptured by Ukraine, it would reunify a nation that had been illegally torn apart by Vladimir Putin back in 2014. However, it would also likely be the end of the current regime's rule. This may be unacceptable for those in power in Russia, which could lead them to do all kinds of crazy things. As much as most of the world wants to see Crimea reunified with Ukraine and the war ended, the retaking of the peninsula by Ukrainian forces could lead to a nuclear war that expands out of the borders of Russia and Ukraine. Now watch, why are Russian tanks failing in Ukraine? Or check out this as how the Russian war in Ukraine ends.
It's 11 a.m. on February 24th, 2022. A fleet of tanks, trucks, armored personnel carriers, and other vehicles are departing from the southern tier of Belarus. About 6 hours earlier, Vladimir Putin went on Russian national television to deliver an address that announced the start of a special military operation against Ukraine. The fleet leaving Belarus represented the main component of Russia's offensive against Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. What followed on its tail would later become known as the Russian Kyiv Convoy, at one point stretching 64 kilometers and representing the inevitable end of the Ukrainian state. Pockets of fighting were already active around Kyiv, with Ukrainian President Zelensky organizing what seemed like the final stand against the Russian invasion. With the battle on his doorstep, Western partners offered to evacuate Zelensky to safer grounds so that he could start a government in exile. His response, at least as the Ukrainian embassy in the United Kingdom tells it, "The fight is here. I need ammunition, not a ride." However, to outside observers, including the U.S. intelligence community, it appeared that what Ukraine really needed was not ammunition. It was a miracle. At the time, Russia was the consensus pick for the second or third greatest military power in the world. Ukrainian strength was a drop in the bucket by comparison. They were massively outgunned.
and the convoy was only 150 kilometers away from the capital, a distance that you or I could drive in less than 2 hours under peaceful circumstances. And while the circumstances that day were anything but peaceful, Russian strategic planners had set midnight as the latest time that Russian troops should reach the capital, and 3 days until the battle was over. U.S. estimates suggested that it might take a few more, but such a distinction hardly put any Ukrainian minds at ease. However, Ukraine would survive the first day, then the second day, then a week. By March 11th, the dreaded convoy had dispersed, apparently more interested in taking cover than taking Kyiv. By March 16th, Ukraine would begin a true counterattack. By March 29th, Russia would announce its plan to depart from the area, ending the Western offensive entirely. But this was no miracle. It was the combination of Ukrainian ingenuity and Russian missteps that prevented Moscow from achieving its goal. This is the story of the Battle of Kyiv. But first, a special thank you to Atlas VPN for sponsoring today's video. As you know, atlases are a collection of maps, often with lines on them, which makes Atlas VPN a fitting choice for viewers. Privacy is at a premium, and Atlas VPN is here to help. With just a few clicks, you can hide your information from a host of groups that might not have your best interests in mind. Don't want to appear like you're in the United States? Great. With Atlas VPN, now you're in Canada. It's like you're breaking down those lines on maps. Heck, they were socially constructed anyway. What's more, Atlas VPN blocks malicious links, malware, and ads. One subscription covers all of your and your family's devices. Best of all, Atlas VPN has an incredible deal right now, making it the most affordable VPN on the market. With my discount, it is just $1.83 a month, with 3 months free, plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. Just go to get.atlasvpn.com/linesonmaps, or check the video description below for the link. Be quick though, as this is a limited time offer. Now back to the Battle of Kyiv. Act 1. Russia's mobilization. Speaking about the 2003 Iraq War, U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld famously quipped that, "You go to war with the army you have, not the army you might want." Rumsfeld was right in the broadest sense. The country cannot magically will nuclear weapons into existence as much as it might wish. However, that sentiment understates the amount of control that a country's leadership has over the effort that they and their population exert in a conflict. As a starting point, you can go with low effort, like the Tomahawk cruise missile campaign and no-fly zone that NATO established over Libya during the 2011 Civil War. Then there is medium effort, like in the Iraq War that Rumsfeld oversaw, where the United States actually put boots on the ground. You could escalate to high effort, like during the Vietnam War, when the United States had to establish a draft to keep the effort going. And then there is the all-in wartime economy strategy, like World War II, where basically everyone's labor, even those not historically involved in fighting, is somehow eventually connected to the broader war effort. Toward the end of 2021, deep inside the halls of the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin was thinking about where to place Russia on this spectrum. Military mobilizations are political decisions that come with costs and benefits. The obvious benefit is that the more you mobilize, the more likely you are to win a conflict. In the current sense, that would mean a higher chance that more of Ukraine would fall into Russian hands. The downside is that the more you mobilize, the greater the cost you incur to do so. This is because you have to recruit and pay those additional soldiers, your economy will be gutted and then further gutted, and you are more likely to face political challengers. And especially in the case of an autocratic regime like Russia's, that means a higher chance of an untimely death for its leader. At the very least, you have to start thinking twice about whether any guard with a gun has perhaps smuggled in a bullet or two. Overall, the goal is to find the mobilization level where the extra chance of victory is exactly offset by the additional economic costs and political risks. At that point, by definition, You are doing the best you can, given the circumstances. Putin, it turns out, calculated that a modest mobilization was his best choice. Factors on both sides of the equation led to that conclusion. On the military side, as we have discussed before, Putin was under the impression that Russian soldiers were ready and that their equipment was top-notch. He also believed that a sizable portion of Ukrainians would not even bother resisting in the first place. Anticipating that, Zelensky might leave Ukraine while he was still alive and still wearing suits and ties. Just 6 months earlier, something like that had happened in Kabul, when Afghanistan's President Ashraf Ghani fled the capital. Other Afghan officials, and many that the U.S. had thought were committed to the Afghan government, treated this as a signal. Like dominoes, they all fell down. The government disappeared without a real fight. Ukrainians were intimately familiar with such an experience. 8 years before the Russian invasion, Viktor Yanukovych fled to Russia in exile, rather than challenge protesters during the Maidan Revolution. If Ukraine in 2022 were anything like Afghanistan in 2021, or Ukraine in 2014, selecting a large mobilization would be overkill for Russia. Even if the war itself were short, the commotion it would cause in Moscow would be an unnecessary headache. Putin was also constrained by how every unit of mobilization would impose a sharp cost. It is easy to use the word autocrat to shorthand the Russian leader's position. But life for Putin was different than the experiences of Joseph Stalin, Saddam Hussein, or Kim Jong-un. Unlike in those other places, there were some real institutional constraints in Moscow. They may have been weak, certainly weaker than those found in the West, but each was still something that Putin had to navigate through. And in this particular case, it was arguably central to the whole social contract that kept the Kremlin afloat. Between revisions to the Constitution and degradation of public agencies, Russians were aware that Putin had steadily eroded democratic institutions since he came to power on December 31st, 1999. But the implicit bargain was that Putin was free to pursue his own agenda, especially on the international stage, so long as the economy was booming and his foreign affairs were not affecting the average Alexanders. In fact, part of Putin's popularity stemmed from reforms in this exact area. Russia shifted from a system with 2 years mandatory conscription to half that, with only a third of those eligible ultimately serving. By 2019, Moscow had declared its intention to end conscription altogether and move to a professional military. This is, in part, why the war in Donbass up until 2022 looked the way that it did. Rather than engage in a traditional invasion, Russia sent unmarked men, missing the proper flags on their arms, into eastern Ukraine to foment a separatist movement. More generally, Putin faced a problem with mobilizing any of the conscripted men to Ukraine. Their service is intended to stay in Russia. In other words, Putin's sensitivity on the political risk meter was higher than what a casual analysis might suggest. This is how we ended up with the announcement of not a war, but rather a special military operation. A war would have a more specific legal meaning and raise more alarm bells across the country. It is also why Russia's initial invasion had a shortfall of troops, given basic rules of thumb. Ukraine was expected to have 200,000 troops to defend against that initial invasion. Russia ultimately mobilized about the same quantity. However, all else equal, Russian military planners would have known that attacking troops needed about a 3-to-1 numerical superiority to overcome the advantages that defenders have. Given that recommendation, Russia should have instead mobilized 600,000 soldiers. None of this is to say that a larger mobilization was impossible for Putin. Far from it. Indeed, with this September 21st, 2022 announcement, Moscow would eventually begin taking those steps as a result of Ukraine successfully executing numerous counterattacks. But any additional mobilization quantities at the start of the war would have come with more political risks. And from Putin's perspective, what was the point? His military was strong, and Ukraine's resolve was weak. Russian victory and Ukrainian defeat were already exceptionally likely. Further effort would have only had marginal impact. Act 2. Operational secrecy. Putin was committed to starting the war, but he was not about to make that desire public, especially to the West. That is because there was disagreement within Western leadership regarding the seriousness of the threat. The United States, the United Kingdom, and the Baltic states were convinced that Russia was about to make a move. In contrast, Ukraine believed that Russia's implicit threats were not inherently credible. Germany and France were sympathetic with that position. The latter two countries still felt burned in the 2003 Iraq War, when U.S. intelligence officials far overplayed their hands, claiming confidence about Saddam Hussein's alleged weapons of mass destruction program that went far beyond what the true evidence indicated. That, of course, was primarily the Bush administration's fault. Obama, Trump, and Biden had resided in the West Wing in the meantime. But 2021 had created a new source of doubt for the European powers. The United States had insisted that Afghanistan's government would hold for a reasonable period of time after the American withdrawal. Instead, it seemingly evaporated overnight. France and Germany were left to wonder what made the accuracy of this U.S. intelligence report any different. For Putin, the goal was to keep the diplomatic charade going for as long as he could. Although he was optimistic that Europe's ultimate response would be fewer embraces and more slaps on the wrist, he wanted to delay any trouble for as long as he could. Moreover, if Russia's military figured out a way to achieve a lightning victory, there would be little the West could do regardless, much as what happened after Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea. And the secrecy plot worked, even very late into the game. Despite U.S. intelligence leaking Russia's next moves on a regular basis, there was still no consensus in the West about what would happen in the days to come. France in particular worked hard to bridge the negotiations, with President Emmanuel Macron traveling to Moscow on February 7th, widely noted in the media for the exceptionally long table situated between him and Putin. Macron's efforts continued 2 weeks later, when he called Putin on February 20th for a final shot at diplomacy. By the end of the conversation, Macron was convinced that Putin still sought a diplomatic solution, even though Putin ended the phone call early so he could head to the ice and work on his slap shot. The next day, Putin would trade in his skates for a pen, and with a couple of strokes, he would officially recognize the independence of Donetsk and Luhansk. And 3 days after that, diplomacy would end and the special military operation would begin. Unfortunately for Russia's military planners, keeping the secret for this long meant accepting some serious trade-offs in organizing the invasion. It is possible that even very senior Russian officials were kept in the dark about Putin's plans until the last moments. Hoping to deter the Kremlin, on November 2nd, 2021, Biden dispatched CIA Director William Burns to Moscow. The plan was to warn Russian officials that the United States was prepared to respond to the invasion of Ukraine. One of Burns's many meetings was with the Secretary of the Russian Security Council, Nikolai Patrushev, considered to be one of the frontrunners to take control of Russia, should Putin ever step down. After rattling off the potential consequences that Washington was prepared to implement should Russia invade Ukraine, Patrushev just responded in shock. Obviously, it is possible that Patrushev was in on the plan, and instead was looking to win a Best Acting award. But that was not Burns's takeaway. No. Burns's impression was that Putin had not mentioned any of this to Patrushev, and that Patrushev was having to process Burns's spoiler alert in real time. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken had a similar experience. In January, Blinken toured Europe with the lingering war on his mind. His first stop on the 19th was to Kyiv to meet with his Ukrainian counterpart. After a brief stop in Germany, he was back on his plane to fly to Geneva. There, he would meet with Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs Sergei Lavrov on the 21st. For 90 minutes, Blinken pressed for answers regarding Russia's intentions. Lavrov talked in circles. Blinken left the meeting uncertain which of the two diplomats was better informed about what Putin actually wanted. Behind the scenes, Putin's goals were ambitious. The FSB, one of Russia's many security agencies, eyed two potential puppet governments should Kyiv fall. Remember Viktor Yanukovych, the fallen Ukrainian president who had fled to Russia in 2014? On March 7th, his plane would fly to Belarus, apparently in place to go back to Kyiv, so he could stake a claim as the legitimate leader of Ukraine. A second group formed in southeast Ukraine, which included Oleg Zarev. Zarev was a former member of the Ukrainian Rada. Post-Maidan revolution, he led the brief New Russia movement, which sought to create a confederacy of Luhansk, Donetsk, and other Ukrainian separatist regions that failed to arise. However, none of this appears to have filtered down to the Russian troops, who would be responsible for implementing all of it. Under the impression that they were in Belarus for training exercises, Russian troops had little reason to depart from the traditional corruption that plagues the well-functioning tank isn't.
Tennessee State House, they have just voted to expel State Representative Justin Jones. This is because of a disorderly protest that he and two other Democratic colleagues held last week in the wake of the shootings in Memphis, Tennessee. 6 people died. There were a lot of people who were very angry about those 6 murders. They converged on the Capitol. 3 of those state representatives, 3 Democrats, Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, and Gloria Johnson, were disruptive on the floor of the State House. One of the 3 has now been expelled from the State House, and the other votes on the other 2 will happen imminently. Let's go to Ryan Young. Ryan, they did it. I have to say, it seems like a rather harsh punishment for being unruly on the floor of the State House. But when you have a supermajority, your party can do whatever it wants.
Absolutely. And Jake, I'm not surprised by this based upon what Democrats have been telling us all day long. They believe this vote would happen. In fact, we've learned there are plans for all 3 members to walk outside and do a news conference after they're expelled. We do believe Justin Jones will also be escorted from inside the chambers after this procedure happens. There's hope that he's allowed to go to his office to clear it out himself, but there's also a belief that he may be walked directly out and not even get a chance to pack up his own items. This is shocking to so many people because obviously the focus now, especially a lot of the media focus, is on this going on and not the 6 lives that were lost just last week, and even the heroic officers who went in to neutralize the threat. So now you can hear those protesters screaming in the background, "We thought this would happen." We're also told more people might be swelling into the area because they want to participate in the rally that's going to be held here after all these proceedings are done. But Jake, this is quite a shock when you think about the fact that no one has ever been expelled for a procedural matter. This comes down to decorum, and the decorum wasn't followed, giving the Republicans a chance to pull this off. And like he noted earlier, these members will have a chance to run for their seat again. So we might be back in the same situation with these same members back here in a few months after they probably will get expelled today.
So there was a motion to adjourn, but that has been defeated, and they are now the Tennessee State House after expelling Representative Justin Jones, who you saw there in the white suit, who was holding up a fist a second ago. They are now proceeding to House Resolution 64 to expel State Representative Gloria Johnson. There you see State Representative, ex-State Representative Jones speaking to reporters. Ryan, it is shocking.
I said,
the idea that what has motivated a state legislative body in Tennessee a week after this horrible attack on a Christian school, where a disturbed person entered with guns, killed 3 9-year-olds, killed 3 faculty and staff members before police officers, law enforcement from the Memphis area bravely charged in and killed the shooter. That what has actually prompted action is the fact that 3 State House Democrats were unruly on the floor of the State House. And look, obviously they violated the rules. Obviously they were disruptive and unruly. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't be punished, but it is just stark. You see, I believe that is Gloria Johnson there on the left, State Representative Gloria Johnson, a Democrat. The action that they're taking right now is to disenfranchise hundreds of thousands of Tennesseans who will now not have state representation in the State House. That's a former State Representative Jones embracing with soon-to-be former State Representative Gloria Johnson on the floor of the Tennessee State House in Nashville. What is motivating the legislators is this act of civil disobedience, this act of violating legislative decorum, and not the murders of these 3 individuals, 3 students, 9-year-olds at a Christian school in Memphis, or the 3 faculty members, 6 individuals murdered. That is not prompting the state legislature to act. It is these state representatives, these 3 Democrats being rude. I mean, that is unusual. I would think that, and I'm not talking about gun control, but I would think there would be some action taken to try to figure out how to protect the students and faculty.
First things first, Jake, when you think about it, Jones is sharp-tongued, so there's a lot of people that he's tussled with within the State House who I think are sort of happy the fact that they get a chance to take away his seat. We saw today how he was able to defend himself so very well as he was talking back and forth with lawmakers. But a lot of people believe
Anger, misery. Six, I might get about 4. What the fuck? Damn. Feel it. Fairy. See a little fairy. Okay. sucks. Let's get out of here. You got there? Good. Good. Okay. we fell asleep standing up. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. Good God, man. DJ fool. Real shit.
Keep me out. And, I'm gonna die before I let you.
What's up?
I'm having fun locking you up, and the best part is you get the thing. I got to put on the best mama. No one's gonna talk to you, we are alive and alive, interactive motherfuckers, you don't have to, I love you, don't worry about that, I love you, don't stress. This shit is hilarious. I don't get nothing but a kick out of it. These motherfuckers are formulating plans. See how far they can break me down. I gotta get to the tank. Hey, To me, ain't no problem. What's good, cousin? How you doing? Worry about all these other fucking buggers. They went on strike. What's good with you? That's it. Hilarious. These motherfuckers went on strike. Yeah, that's hilarious. What's good with you, though? How you neighbor? Mine is person. Wrong bullshit, though, you know. You call me a bitch. I respect your partner. What's good, nigga? How you doing, King Salad? You popping with your family? Call me a bitch. Oh, it only gets me. Hey. King Salad. They're looking for the good fight. Well, and some man call me a bitch. V.I. know what V.I. means, but that's short for bitch. Y'all go on strike, I don't give a fuck. Look. Not a problem, too. I'll need both of them. What's the problem? Let's get up. Hey Tyler, what's up, baby? Right over here, kid. Having fun. Oh, doing what it's doing. So trying to take these to your hands. Few motherfuckers I found over the months that actually has break the fence. No one. Like Carla, fried ways. Let's leave this booth. Did I say it? Hey, What's wrong? Didn't you talk to me? What's wrong? But I do now. Don't worry, I'm used to what I do now. What did you say in my life? That's it. But disrespectful, I excellent. Yo, vacation is what did I just do? I did something wrong? Damn. Gotta use that word. I don't know what I do. Bad, my bad, I apologize. I realize that there ain't anything wrong. I think that they trolled that would. Oh, bro, I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what's going on in your channel. I got a lot of haters. I swear, bro, what the fuck is... Hey, see, that's why I'm... You don't even know what I did. I do. My bad, I found my plate. Fucked up, bro. I don't know what to do about that. Wow. I let that dude say. I didn't know he was my on a blunt kicking. I've been having nothing but fun. Hate is real, I tell you. Boy, started kicking started. I don't know what's going on. Bro, I ain't family. I don't know what that, bro. So, my Discord's up, bro. So, I'll let you. I know I ain't even got to the stream. I don't know what's on everyone. My shit. I feel like I can't die with kind of understand on what's going on. What's going on? Yeah. Oh, you did see that, I don't know what's going on. I just know people get dirt on my it's fucked up. Plain disrespect, bro. King Salad, bro. Have no reason to apologize. Why are you apologizing? Haven't disrespected at all. Fucked up part is you affected by a soul that's claiming. I don't know what to do. What's that? Treat me like I'm a little motherfucker. Bro, but they're here for me. Hey, always address each other, motherfuckers. Shit. Want to get on Discord and just type it up with you. Got no problem. In fact, I'd love to do something to serve as the opportunity. But man, please turn on. Sorry that you gotta go through. I'm that motherfucker. Sorry you gotta go. Sorry you gotta go. Maybe that's why. Ain't doing nothing but trying to live a best life. I'm affected just by being smart and fucking with other people out in the world. But they'll go on page, but it's taking up. Thank you for this, bro. I apologize. You gotta go. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. I just apologize. I had to go. I apologize. Whatever's happening, what's wrong? I've already touched but I don't know how to approach it. I don't want to have no fun under my own. If you still want to tag bang, or you can up down the rock. Sorry, can I apologize? shall we? DJ.
Stricken, handle business, not a joke. Yeah, man is missing. Travel different, no control. Yeah, time to listen, time to zip it, keep it close. My description, highly gifted, take some notes. Yeah, lack of interest. Why you ready to hit the road? Yeah, kinda twisted, so keep it this and be it goes. Yeah, see, I'm inventing.
At the nuclear facility in Aporia, an enormous explosion occurred as a direct result of a mistake made by Russian personnel. 82 Russian soldiers were killed when an explosion occurred at the nuclear facility in Aporia, which had been under the authority of the Russian army for a considerable amount of time. The Russian Federation's top commander, Vladimir Putin, has convened a crisis session in the Kremlin. This area of Afrosia, which has been occupied by Russian troops for a significant amount of time, is the location of the largest nuclear facility in Europe. This facility, which is one of the most important sources of energy for Ukraine, was taken over by the Russian troops, and Vladimir Putin